Hello. How are we going, gamers? Late. I am here. I'm here. It was just taking a second to turn on. Look, I thought that I was gonna be much more on time. I was sitting here at 6 minutes to, messing around with my focus settings because one thing that was giving me an absolute nightmare during editing, while I was working on editing this video, half the reason why I have trauma is because for about 80% of the 20 hours of footage of me editing this thing, or of me painting this thing, it was out of focus. So I've decided I'm putting the foot down, I'm figuring out how to make how to set up the focus options so that they're less fucked up. And so that's what I spent the past 5 minutes working on. And so we're going to try doing manual focus for this rather than using the autofocus. Because I think it'll be a bit better. Like, also, hello. Yeah, how you going, Chaos? I assume you're probably back home now. Hey. There we are. Yeah, so I'm not fully set up for the stream just yet. There are a couple of things that I still need to get ready, so haven't got any water in my wet palette yet, and I'll need to get my glasses of paint water ready. You good? Yes, you're home? Nice. But as far as bits that we're going to be doing today, I don't know how far we're going to get. But we'll gather up all the bits that need to be done. Hey. So, this is what remains for us to do. We've got the banner that's going to hang between his legs. We got this chest guard here, so that one's going to go... how will this go, actually? I think that goes like that. Yeah, let's see if we can get that in focus. Yeah, the manual focus, I reckon, will be a bit more of a pain to get set up the way we want it to be. But I think I just need to set the focus once and then forget about it. Come on. There we are. So that's about where we want the focus to be sitting. And if I zoom out, does the focus change? No. Okay, yep. So that's about where we want the focus to be. Don't think you could handle sleeping on a couch harder than rock anymore. Yeah, it can be pretty rough traveling around sometimes. Okay, so that bit there. We've got the tilt shield. We've got the hood. I think the hood sits like that. And then we'll have this big fucker. This is probably going to be the bit that we'll work on today. We'll probably work on this and maybe the hood. And you never know, maybe we'll get a bit further. These bits here are going to be the painful bits, because that's where we're going to have to do OSL for the magic from the base. Okay, so this, so right around here is where my focus zone is. I'll need to get used to this, because I'm going to be working with manually set focus rather than the autofocus that we were working on before. But yeah, I'm going to quickly go and set up. I'm going to go and get some water in my wet palette, and I'm gonna go get my paint water. So I will be just a minute. Okay. With how slow I go, you don't think I could do more than one part? Thanks for the confidence, Chaos. I'm glad that you you believe in my abilities. I'm glad that you could expect that I could complete one part in this stream. Okay, so okay, yeah, I think this is a good height for our focus here. This is nice and comfortable for me. We'll see how we go. So for colors, where's the mask? Here. So to do this mask, I had you, because I think the colors that we'd used on the mask here are going to be what I used to guide the majority of the color scheme for this, because I think this here is, I really like the way the color split we've got here. Your dad's getting you a Contempt of Dread, can't wait to build it. Nice. I can't remember. I think this was Thousand Suns blue that I did for the light blue, and then it was a Sermon blue for the dark blue. This is awkward. I can't remember the colors that I did. It was either Thousand Suns blue or Calidor Sky. I think it was Thousand Suns blue, just looking at it. Yeah. Pretty sure it was this one. Calidor Sky is a bit too dark, yeah. And so then we have Vallejo Aluminium for our metallics. Other metallics will be done in Hashed Copper. We'll have finer details in Vallejo's Scarlet Blood, because it's a really nice bright red, and that's what we used for the cross here. I painted a Death Guard because they're cool and badass. Yeah, the Death Guard are quite cool. I'm a fan. I feel like to get the most out of them, though, you need to go like hardcore on doing kit bash shit, like what Silver does, and I am not confident in my ability to do that shit yet. Okay, I think these... Oh, I'll get my black colors out as well. Got Corvus black. Gracia and Gorax white. Other than that, I think we've probably got all of the paints that we need to get started on this at least. So, I don't know what we want to do for this, the design for this dude. You would think that with how long we've been working on this guy, I would have thought of a design to do for the top shell. But that's not how I work. Because I do want to have some kind of pattern on his on the top of him. I don't want to go too hardcore on it, but at the same time, I might end up going too hard on it. You're saying pre-Heresy Death Guard. Oh, okay, okay. So, I'm gonna go back over this with a dry brush of what we've worked on it, what we did initially, just because I've damaged a lot of the stuff that, like a lot of the details that we'd done before when I was working on this shit. So I'll need to clean that up, and also there's lots of little bits of crap here and there that's sort of gummed it up. In fact, I'm gonna clean that up with Nub Maker. Like, you can see these little bits here. They are creating physical texture there. And so I want to clean up that surface a little bit, make it nice and smooth. Which means you have to make it all dirty, which you don't know how to do. Yeah, it is it's a fun experience trying to figure out how to weather and dirty up things in like the right sort of way, because there's so many different ways to go about weathering. It really depends on the particular aesthetic you're going for. We'll say he just turned into a dread. hasn't had time to get all filthy yet. Hey Francois, how you going today? Yeah, sorry about all the sniffling. I am, as always, a bit unwell. I think that's just a permanent state of being for me now. I don't know what it is. Like, first month or so of streaming, I was fine. But the past month, I have just been permanently unwell. It is not going away. I don't know what happened. But yeah, I am just plagued. Good, you just got up from a nap? Nice. Just starting off with with an overbrush of the grey sear, just so that I can clean up the surface, because it's gotten a bit scungy from when I was working on it when I was trying to do this this insignia on the front where the Aquila was. Hey, what's my favorite Primarch? Look, it's between the Lion and Magnus. Like, I reckon those guys are my top two. Hello, Reese. How are you this morning? Okay, just clean off the excess from our dry brush. Stop it from drying all nastily, and we'll make it a bit easier for us to clean up later on. There we are, that should be good for the most part. There we are, nice and clean. Cool. Space Marine, you heard they're adding Mark 6 and 5 armor? I see. Daddy's home? Who are you talking about, Commissar? Are you calling yourself Daddy? How'd you go with the storm, by the way, Commissar? Get out. The rivalry. There's only room for one little freak in this chat. Although, being perfectly honest, Chaos, I think that you have permanently had the title of Little Freak taken from you. Like, I'm sorry, there's no contest with Commissar. That guy is just, he's just too freaky. Chaos, you're just like, you're like the innocent, you're the OG. The issue is that Commissar is just so freaky that you have just become like the innocent little guy. Chaos, you've become like a mascot character of the chat, and then Commissar is just the freak show. Man, you slept through that shit. On the other hand, there are those you live with who are worried out of their minds. I see. So it didn't end up losing power or anything like that? Doing alright, just had a bit of a crazy meeting at work. Okay, you all good though? Nothing bad come out of the meeting? Just thinking of the song Daddy's Home by Usher. No power loss? That's good. Okay, so what I'm thinking of doing is really fine diamond checkers with no like between our our light blue and dark blue. So, like how we've got the light blue, dark blue split here, we do really fine diamonds with no, but we don't have like the black line dividing like what we had here. And we just cover the top with that. Like when he said something that isn't gay, what are you gonna do about it? Do you normally say things that are gay? Did I miss something? Paint the entire area light blue first. That makes sense. And then I can just do the dark blue checkers. Purple eyes for the night because Magnus the Wrong had purple eyes. I'm pretty sure his name was, I'm pretty sure it was the Red, not the Wrong. Yeah, that could be cool. So I reckon do we reckon I should do the like sketch out the diamonds first and then paint it all blue and then do the dark blue sections of the diamonds, or what do we think? Because I think if I do it just very faintly with the pencil first, then by the time I do it all in light blue, I should just barely be able to see the pencil outlines and then go from there. Is where, yeah, we're gonna go Thousand Suns blue main and then light blue, then draw lines. Okay, and then we're gonna do the Silverman blue contrast afterwards. Shelly, guess which 3 models you got? Oh, what was it? Is it? Do you get a Neurolictor, perchance? I got a freehander's name too. I'm sorry to break your heart, Commissar. I'm not writing that shit. I am not writing that shit. Fuck that. He'll get an abridged name on on this little this banner here, and that's it. Only Imperium. Oof, contrast. The contrast looks really nice. That's what I used for the dark patches on the face here, and it worked really well. Oh, I see what you're saying now. Shit. Do the contrast first. It's harder to control. Yeah. You demand. Thanks, Agent Smith. Appreciate it. Shit. Is if I apply the contrast first, will I still be able to get? Will it still look nice and light when I go back through with the light blue? Like, will it cover it well enough? Do I have anywhere where I can test it out? I guess I can try it on the texture palette here, where I've got the grey seer. It should be good enough to cover. Is that a is that some 9/11 jokes we've got in the chat there, Chaos? Is that what's going on? You hope you're not banned? Look, I'm Australian. I don't give a fuck. It's not my issue. If it doesn't cover very well, I can do light gray over the contrast and then light blue. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you. See how it covers. We might be okay. So I'll let that dry, and then I'll just apply some of the light blue over that. See how well it covers. Honestly, I can't be bothered waiting to see how well this dries. Let's just go for it. How long have I been painting for? How long did it take me to get so good? Any tips for someone looking to start the hobby? All right, so Agent Smith, I want you to... I need to clear up the air first and foremost. Um, there are people in the chat that are far better than I. I'm still pretty green as far as painting goes. I started painting probably mid 2022. But there was probably a solid 6 or 7 month period where I wasn't painting at all. It's surprisingly easy to get into, and as long as you're trying to improve, it's really not hard to get better. Yeah, tips for starting the hobby. I'd say that the main thing for me that I like to suggest is, like, don't paint things that you're not interested in. Like, if you're not interested in Space Marines, don't get Space Marines to start off with. And, like, if you want to paint Necrons or something like that, but none of the starter kits get Necrons, or you want to paint Tau, but, like, nothing like that is available in a starter kit, then just get one of the cheaper model sets that gives you a few different like that just gives you one unit type, and just try painting them, because you're always going to enjoy painting things that you're interested in more than things that are cheap for you to get. I think that's probably the big thing for me, was it's also easier to learn and get better when you're having fun doing it. Biggest tip, start a live stream and invite Francois. Yeah, true. No, yeah, honestly, I think that's probably the single most important thing for me is, yeah, it is so much easier to get better at painting when you're enjoying the process. So it's like you always want to paint models that you're actually interested in. Popped a solid $200 to start the hobby and forgot the special paints. I see. Um, I pretty much have only painted with Citadel and Vallejo paints, so I will be of no help to you. Hey man, thanks for the advice. Yeah, I'd say there's so many useful tutorials on YouTube about painting different things. If you're nervous, I'd recommend just checking them out. Heaps of really useful channels. I know that Squidmar has some good videos for getting started. But otherwise, there are people like Trovarion and Zumikito. They do really good painting tutorials as well. I learned a lot from watching them. But yeah, I'd say the most important thing is just enjoy the process. One day you'll own a knight. Look, Sink Noodles, I I did not expect to own a knight, and then I got peer pressured into getting one. These things just happen sometimes. You won't expect it, and it'll just appear in your on your painting disc. You just need a you just need to deal with these things. Shit happens. I'm definitely gonna need to clean up this front panel here. This is looking icky. Have regular acrylic paints. Well, Kommissar, I know that like Francois often talks about just using like cheap craft store paints for a lot of things, so I'm sure there shouldn't be any issues. I'd just make sure they thin down, like you thin them down, and so that they flow nicely. And as long as you can get them to be nice and thin, you shouldn't have too many issues. That's the main concern I would have, is just the consistency of them and how opaque they are. You have too much already. You're working on a Black Templar Primaris army right now. Almost finished the 10-man Crusader squad. Jeez. Yeah, I'm not that deep. Sink Noodle. I've got a bunch of minis, but I haven't built any armies full on yet. I go all over the place and just paint whatever I want. I recently batch painted 10 Infernus Marines, and I am never batch painting 10 of the same unit again. Holy shit, that was such a painful experience. It is not worth it for me. I'm done with that. Cries in guard player. My condolences. Yeah, we've got a few, like, we have a couple of guard players in the chat that show up usually. And that could not be me. Hello again. Pauldrons look great. Am I using a contrast paint right now? Hey, Savage Panda. I am. So, one second. I'm about to sneeze, but then I'll explain what we're doing. Okay, so, yeah. I'm currently going over with a dark contrast paint because I want to do most of the patterning in the same colors as what I've done the mask in, and so that the dark blue is contrast, and then the light blue is just Thousand Suns base paint. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go over all of the carapace in the dark contrast blue, and then I'm going to do some, hopefully, some fine diamond checkers going all the way up. And then checker it with the light Thousand Suns blue. Bless my beautiful self. Thank you, Commissar. 1 second. Hey, sinuses should be clear for at least the next 30 seconds. Let's see how we go. Last time you built or painted anything was like 12 years back, so it's fun to get back in it. Your unpainted hordes have a serious grudge against you now, especially the Baneblade's Machine Spirit. Large vehicles are a nightmare for me. Hello, Shilly McIronface and others. How you going, Brother of Titans? We might be going on a little bit thick with this coat. We'll see if we can avoid any unwanted texture. Think we might be okay though. See if we can smooth out these previous panels that we've done as well while we're at it, while the brush is nice and loaded. But yeah, I must say that I have become a complete convert to contrast paints in the past week or so. Like, they're just so nice to work with. I know that they're not the be-all and end-all, but I know when I was initially getting into painting, I fucking hated them. But I'm really, I'm starting to see the appeal. Not using them for everything, but I'm using them a lot more now. Titus is totally straight and not getting railed by both his buddies. He is definitely getting railed by his buddies. Hey Silver, how you going? Used money for the first time, bought a Valkyrie, an Inceptor squad, and a Terminator squad. I see. Which ones were you looking forward to the most? Man, I don't know how I'm gonna get rid of these brush strokes. Do I just need to do more and more layers and just take it easy? Just keep building it up? Yeah, I think I need to just let this dry. Stop fucking around with it, because I'm dragging the wet paint away before it has time to dry. More coats normally say thin the paint, but it's contrast, bigger brushes help. Yeah, this is, unfortunately, the biggest regular brush that I have. So there's not a whole lot else I can do. Yeah, we're stuck with the number 2 brush as the biggest that we've got. So we'll just do, yeah, just more coats. Got it. I had a feeling that'd be the answer. Use an airbrush, that's the best way to get rid of brush strokes. Can you run contrast through an airbrush? If that's the case, I'll probably, I'll apply the like, I'll finish the base layer, and then I might come back through and finish it with an airbrush. You can? Okay. Then that's what we'll do. I'll finish the foundation layer of this contrast paint, and then we'll finish it off with an airbrush just to smooth it all out. Needs a thinner though. I've got thinners. You have any of those sponge brushes? I do. Contrast through an airbrush is allegedly magical. I see. Don't do it? I'm getting mixed messages here. Oh, this is more of a don't do it on principle thing. I get it, I get it. We'll see how we go anyway. Because I haven't got my airbrush plugged in. Respray grey first, cover that up, then do my blue from scratch. Right, okay, just to get a nice smooth finish. Yeah, but we'll see how we go. I'll try apply this all by brush first. If I don't like how it looks, then we'll start from scratch with the airbrush. Try my sponge brushes, I'll get bigger coverage. Would I not end up with the texture of the sponge though? Don't have an airbrush, but you do own a hairbrush. Yeah, probably won't yield the same effect. Wouldn't recommend using that on your models. Yeah, I think we'll be going back with the airbrush, just looking at it. The texture is a bit much for me. Actually, well, let's try with the sponge brush first. Just see what kind of result we get with that. Holy shit. It's actually so good. Maybe. This could actually be really good. Also, can I shout out your carpet python? You named her after Steve Owen's wife. I see, nice. Shout out to that snake then. Is it an actual pet carpet python, or does it just live in your roof? Because I have experience with the 4-meter carpet python living in the roof kind of thing. Common occurrence in my around these parts. Oh, I might have gone a bit thick there. Whoops. Let's just see if we can clean that up a bit. Yeah, chiphat carpet python from the UK. They're the most beautiful snakes in the world. They are very pretty snakes. Honestly, the texture that this is giving is actually kind of nice. I'm not super against the kind of streaky texture from this, because it's much more consistent. Typical Australia. Yeah, they eat the possums, which is nice. They eat like all the possums and rats and shit, so you don't need to worry about that. Grapes are goaded. Are you feasting right now, Commissar? You join back in here, they eat all the possums and rats and shit. Oh yeah, talking about having snakes in the roof space. It's a common thing where I am, just having like carpet pythons living in the roof. Feasting like a self-fed Roman emperor who only eats grapes. It's a very specific analogy. You want a goanna monitor? Almost worth moving to Australia for. I don't know if you're allowed to keep goannas as pets. I imagine you'd probably need a license to. A lot of natives you do need to be licensed to keep as pets. I'm sure you probably can keep a goanna there as a pet. They are quite cool though. They're big bastards. Australians and Australia seem like upside down hell. What are you saying, mate? You better watch your mouth. Don't make me ban you, mate. You cheeky demons. Okay, let's see if we can just get this a little bit smoother. Okay, I think I just need to let this dry for a minute. Stop dragging the brush across it because I'm just gonna wipe away the all the shit. You don't want to run into flying roaches and spiders and snakes with more IQ than a simpy Twitch stream. The cockroaches don't fly that often. They only start to okay, they often fly. But it's not that bad. I mean, the spiders eat the cockroaches, so you don't need to worry too much about that. And the snakes often eat the spiders. So really, like it all works together nicely. Requires a permit if you don't live in a rural area. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. Yeah, a lot of the animals you do need permits to own, and it also depends on what state you're in as well. Which I guess probably doesn't sound too crazy to people living in America because you guys have a lot of state-by-state things. Because over there, I feel like states are almost like independent countries in terms of their own laws and shit. Not as extreme here, but you still get a lot of state-by-state variation on laws. Just need to worry about the magpies. The magpies are chill. Just like they're smart enough to know if you're a local to an area, so they usually don't fuck with you. Don't want to go to a country where the emus want a war against us, fellas. They call it the Great Emu War. It was like 2 or 3 dudes on the back of a ute with some machine guns, trying to cull thousands on thousands of emus. It's no surprise they lost. Like, I don't know what they expected trying to trying to kill, like trying to reduce the emu population with like a few guys in a truck. Lustvale, you keep your guns? You keep them at the range, brother. You have 50 war tribes in a trench coat arguing over what the brand should be doing. I see. I don't really know what to do while I wait for this to dry, because there's a fair bit of paint here. It was veterans with machine guns on trucks. There's no way they should have lost. The issue is that the emus, the way they would work is they would stand in like, so there'd be massive flocks of them, and they'd always have like one or two emus standing lookout for the flock, and they'd see the truck rolling up, and then they'd tell, like they'd warn the rest of the flock, and they would scatter in every direction. So then the guys in the truck would start firing at them, and they'd miss like 90% of their shots, and the ones they would hit would just hit like one or two emus because they couldn't really fire into the crowd. And so they just wasted ammo, and it was just like, it was too expensive to continue. Guns scare you. You scare guns. Yep. Finally, Agent Smith, we've got another person from a country with sane gun laws. Yes. Popping in to say hello, but got class early tomorrow, so won't stay long. Righto, Sanju, thanks for hopping by. You should probably get yourself some rest though, because I don't want you to fuck up your your class, like your class schedules over my streams. Scotland had one school shooting and auto banned guns. Good on them. Okay. I think we'll, just looking at it, the texture was nice, but it's not nice anymore. I think we'll airbrush this shit. It was a good experiment though. It was a good experiment. I don't think it needs to be done this way though. So one sec, I'm gonna plug in my airbrush and get ready to fix this up. Anyone made Sprugu with acetone before? Trying to get a stretchy tendon effect on your nude spaces. I've just done it with the Tamiya cement. I haven't done it with acetone. Hey, one sec, I'm just gonna go get my spray box and set everything up, and then we'll fix this up. I'm just gonna see if I can speed up the drying of that. Acetone is just angry Tamiya cement, I see. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, hang on. Oh shit, why did I do that? Why am I so stupid? What did I think was gonna happen? Did that just spray paint everywhere? What if that didn't get on any minis that I'd painted before? I think we're fine. I think we're okay. I don't know where that paint went. Oh well. Okay, so here's our spray box. All right. Sorry about that. It's just making sure I had everything set up. I'll need to put a mask on so that I don't choke to death on this on atomized paint. All right. Sorry,
We've got... we're going to go over it with Gracia first, just to smooth it out. And then it'll be the Asserman Blue. Everything you've read says acetone is toxic, but is a warrior toxic or 99% level or alcohol level toxic? It's safe to come into contact with. Acetone is nail polish remover. It's always tasted fine to you. Jeez. Just don't drink it. You can touch it just fine. Okay. Cool. Now I'm gonna adjust my my mic so that you guys aren't getting deafened by the the spray. Never mind, you guys just are. Hang on. How can I adjust this? I need to move the spray box so that it doesn't bounce back into the microphone. Man, the airbrush is just wizardry. This shit is crazy. Actual warp sorcery. Just how thin do airbrush coats go on? Well, as you can see here, I've run out of it's mostly thinner what I've got left, so I need to get a bit more paint in there because it's starting to get all gross there. Oh man, I'm getting paint all over my hands. I need to get some some. Oh shit! I need to just tip that onto my leg. You're saying you can spaz out and model 12 layers in without destroying all the details? Well, it depends. You can still block up the details, but it's a lot harder to. Okay. Yeah, looks like we are back in business. Oh, hang on. I think my nozzle is a little bit blocked. Yep. There we are. Have I played the Space Marine game yet? I have. I haven't finished it yet, but I think I'm nearly there. It's a lot of fun. Having a great time. My Space Marine faction of choice, out of Loyalists, I am a Dark Angels guy. If we're allowing traders, then I am a Thousand Suns guy overall. Gonna stay so you see the sexy blue sprayed on the night, righto. Well, I can't disappoint then. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. While we let that dry, let's just clean up the chamber of the airbrush. Get rid of as much of the excess as we can from here. And we'll get a little bit more thinner in there. And we're just about clear, and then we'll be able to load up the blue and go from there. A little bit of flow improver. And we're pretty much clear. Okay. Get a little bit of this blue in here, see how we go. Mix this through nicely. Now, this is my first time doing contrast paint through the airbrush, so I have no idea how this is going to turn out. So let's see how we go. This does look pretty good though. It's covering really nicely. Just need to clear the nozzle. Started to get a bit blocked up. Yeah, look at that. So much smoother than what we had before. Hey, that's coming up quite nicely. And I can probably afford to do some recess shading with this as well. Go on a bit heavier in some points. Hey, I am liking that. Honestly, I'm not sure if I want to pattern it too much or not now. Let's clean up the well of our airbrush. And just see how this will look as is first, and we'll decide where to go from there. Okay, so as this stands, this is what we've got. I think I do want to do some kind of patterning because the smooth texture of the airbrush is not consistent with what we've got for the shoulders and the face. So it's cool, but it doesn't match up with the rest of it. So I do want to do something. Because it looks good, it looks cool on its own, but I don't like that it's not consistent with the shoulders and stuff. If we done the whole thing like this, it'd be alright. But I definitely want to do it differently. This is a base coat and we'll change it from here. Yeah, so this is a starting point. We're going to make it look less shiny and gradiated like that, I guess. Because we want it to be more flat and in line with this. I think what it is it's, yeah, the gradients on this are cool, but they don't fit the art style of the other thing that I've got, of the other parts. So what I might actually do, honestly, is come back through with the airbrush and try to remove as many of those gradients as possible. And just get it nice and even. Because yeah, I think the gradients are cool, but not the style I'm going for. No, I'm getting paint everywhere. It's a disaster. But yeah, I do enjoy working with my airbrush every now and then because I feel like every time I do, I learn something new about it. So we're just gonna dust it all from a distance and just try to get the finish as even as we can. Remove the gradients where possible. Okay, I think that's better. Yeah, it's better with less gradients. Very nice, gotta go have a good stream. Righto, thanks Sanju, I'll catch you later. Yeah, this I would say is more in line with the aesthetic we want. Yeah, and so we'll go from here and see if we can pattern this. And make it less of just this dark blue blob. So it'll just clean out the airbrush, and then we can get back to actually painting it. This is a less interesting part of the process, but I don't want to have any paint drying in the brush. Your night work in progress is on a works in progress are up on your page. Let's have a look while I clean this out. Holy shit, that is very cool. Wow, okay. Man, that is insane. Okay, I think this is probably clear enough. We'll just run a bit back through. That looks pretty clear. So we'll set this aside for the time being, and now and then we'll get back to manual brushing, which is the fun part. So, just get this spray box out of the way. And one sec, I'm just going to quickly go wash my hands, and then we'll get back into painting this.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, let's get back to it. So most of the paint didn't want to come off. We got rid of the worst of it, though. What we've got now is I mentioned this before, I want to do some narrow diamonds, or some thin diamond patterning with the light blue. I think that'll really help to break up the really heavy dark blue we've got going here. Because, as we can see, the color scheme is on the lighter side. So I think this will really help break it up if we do some even diamonds. So, first of all, do we think this this panel here, this rim along the front should be blue, or this should be metallic? And then the same for this rim along the back. I think we should do those in metallic and just have the middle section in the blue. But I'm just going to go through and just mark out some lines for diamonds that we're going to paint some checkers for. So you can see just very faintly, I'm just marking it out in pencil. We're going for around 1 centimeter spacing. The curved surface is making this quite painful. I think this is the sort of angle we want on it. And once we figure out the correct path, we can just sort of lick our finger and then wipe away the failed lines. Is that one up there's a no-no? Yeah, this is a lot tougher than I expected it was going to be. Let's just see if I can change the focus a little bit. There we are. That's the focus we want. Sorry, I had a phone call. You back now? Okay, welcome back. I think I'm unintentionally tapering all of these closer together towards the back there, which I don't want. Did I respray over grey? That's a pretty consistent blue. I did. Yeah, I sprayed grey and then I went blue over that. Get something to measure with. Might be worth it. I'm going to actually... Just with a little bit of wet paper. Just gonna come back through and just clean up all of these and then redraw them. Well, yeah, wet brush would have been plenty. Then I wouldn't have scratched the paint like I did there, so I'll just need to make sure I do that in a in light blue on that bit. just with a wet brush, we're just gonna clean up those those old lines. So a pen cap and your eraser, something small I can hold to the model easily, repeatedly the same, and make hash marks of equal distance all around the model edge. Okay, yep. I'm with you. What is something of the sort of size that I want to do? The heel of this blade might be good. That's the sort of width I want. You like an eraser, won't damage the paint. I don't think I've got a hole in the way of erasers here. So thinking what I'll do is just essentially hold this like this and just mark some intervals. I just scratched the paint with my pencil. I'm so stupid. It wasn't even the blade that marked the paint in the end, it was my pencil. Start with the smallest line, make new hash marks from the short line to help the next line stay straight as I try to connect the hash marks. So I'm not entirely sure I follow, because what I'm thinking is I'll go around the outside edge and just make I'll make interval markers of it all the way around and then just connect the dots. That's what I'm thinking. That looks awkward. Oh, it is, don't you worry. It is quite awkward. But they say the pen is mightier than the sword. Yeah, we'll we'll see. There definitely has to be a better way of holding this than what I've come up with. Let's just hang on a sec. Just gonna play around with the focus a little bit. Yeah. Okay, let's just see with the first few how this is actually going to turn out. Need to just clean up the old lines that we have here first. You return to the fray. Welcome back, Brother of Titans. Yeah, it's most of the lines cleaned up now. The issue is I can't exactly use a straight edge to make these straight because it's a round surface. At the end of the day, this is still limited by my ability to freehand neat lines. But at least the spacing will be more consistent. Oh, hang on. Okay, I think I'm understanding what's going on now. Am I going to be putting intermediary dots along these lines that I've drawn, Francois? Is that what you were suggesting? Like to help with the longer lines to make sure they stay straight? You love democracy? I'm glad for you, Agent Smith. Okay. So... I need it's a Star Wars quote, I see. Oh, right, yeah. Also liked and subbed great content, think about giving it, you shot yourself. Absolutely, go for it, mate. Yeah, it, like... Don't let the, don't let anything daunt you. There's, like, you're never gonna pick up any new skills unless you give it a try. Yeah, this one I am definitely struggling with, but hopefully I'll be able to give it a nice finish. Just looking at some of the starter kits on Amazon. Yeah, I believe the current starter kits, Space Marines and Tyranids, I think are the ones from this, this edition. So if you're interested in either of them, then it's a really good deal. Phone again, back now. Welcome back. I think draw or doing the stuff on this side will be a bit confusing because I've got the old lines mixed with the new lines, and so I'll have to like figure out which ones are which. But it should be more okay over this side here. In fact, maybe I'd be better off just doing this side and then working my way over to this side, and it'll be easier once I have it all built up on the bit that's a lot clearer. I said small checkers, so it'll be fine. Yeah, we'll see how we go. Yeah, I'm realizing I messed up the cross-hatching on this one because this line should have gone down to here. That's why it's all looking like wonky there. There should be a point in the corner. I'm not cheating enough. So by cheating, do you mean after I do the line, I then go along the line like this? Like boink, 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 boink. And mark out the dots there. Don't touch it. Five areas of the carapace. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Top with hatch. Yep. Slope on both sides and the sides. Oh, okay, so you're considering these separate parts. I would consider these bits to be the same, like, parts as each other, wouldn't you? The sloped panel on Imperial Knights are painted with a stripe. So do you mean just like a long stripe that just goes, like a solid stripe that just goes like that? leaving just the sides and top. Right. Just because, as far as what I've seen in pretty much all of the art that I can see of them, they don't have a solid stripe like that. Yeah, I'm not seeing any art of them with that solid stripe running along there. Oh, I found one. But I guess I can use that to help break it up and introduce some of the red. Heraldry law from the first codex, not common knowledge. Well, if it's from the first codex, that means it's old as shit, which means this knight would definitely have it, because this knight is old as shit. That being the case, let's get some solid red along here. This bright shit, because that red's gonna be tied in as an accent color that we see all over it. So primary colors will be blue, but red, the bright red is going to be the accent color, like what we've got here on the cross there, and we'll have it on that stripe. Does the stripe run all the way to the back? So all the way along this section here. No, do the checkers first. Okay. All the way to the back. Got it. Well, that makes my life a little bit easier, because then I'm not having to try to go over this little round ridge line, and I can do the checkers just along these side bits. See if I can just get this a bit more in focus. Right there. Cool. But now I only have to draw checkers on the smaller areas and don't have to line up the whole model. Cheat more. Yes, thank you. That is I much appreciated. Man, did you guys hear the cockatoos just now? Holy shit, they were so loud. Just right outside my window. Quite fucked. You vote the stripe has a serpent Chinese-style dragon free hand. Chill. Chill. I think that's a bit beyond me. Bunch of glowing glyphs. That is more doable. Before rushing into the red, think of the glow color for the glyphs in my silver trim. Yeah. Well, we'll get to that after we do this. We'll get to that after we tackle the checkers. Adding some battle scars, potentially. I'm thinking this guy will be mostly clean. We'll see though. Adams thinks the stripe should be metallic. You think it should be light color, like off-white, worn in weathered white. Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I do think this is gonna look really nice if I can pull this off. I'm liking the checkers. It almost looks like scales, which is cool. Is it how small they are? Paint an arrow on my thumbnail to help measure my measurements more. Cheat more. You know, paint an arrow as in like, hang on. Going from about here to about there. Now we now have the spacing. This is devious. Now, what's devious? What have you walked in on? We're just we're devising stupid ways to save effort, such as for the spacing of these checkers that we're working on, painting some marks on my thumbnail, so like what I've done here with the 2 blue dots, so that I can just on the way up just make the marks at the right space. This one's a bit more awkward to get at, but I think it'd still work. That. I guess it worked out to about this anyway. A devilish trick. These are the forbidden techniques. Okay, these all seem to be alright. Yep. So that one is going to go at that angle there. You're back and so far looks like nothing has changed. No, Chaos, look at this. We're making good progress. We're getting the, we're marking out the checkers. Now I just need to stop biting my thumbnail down to the nub. I don't bite my nails. I just cut them. They just don't grow out particularly long, or once they get past this, they're just disgusting and they snap really easily. Like the thing is, I think my nails are just permanently ruined because I used to bite them a lot as a kid, and so now they just don't grow out nicely. So how am I going to be making the check marks? Painting them or scoring with a blade? I'm definitely not scoring with a blade. It's going to be painting, yeah. I cut them longer than you do. You cut your nails to where they bleed. Okay, that is just... No, that is not good. I hope you're kidding, because that is really bad. Take care of yourself, mate. Jesus. You're not kidding? That's even worse, man. Not good at you cutting your nails. Just longer rather than shorter. They're on the side of caution, mate. Okay, I'm just gonna paint this. Because I need to take a break from drawing shit with the pencil. Rather than going and then doing the checkers on this side, I'm gonna just paint this first. Something I can do is score a light line in some of the check marks and have a different color bleeding out. I'm not confident in my ability to pull that off well. This paint has been sitting on the wet palette for a while, so it's actually gotten quite thin. I'm just gonna try to see if I can get the thickened up version of it. It has thinned down a fair bit. There we are. Hopefully this should be good. Yo, this painting thing is hard. It is, yeah, it's pretty tough. It's fun, though. Yeah, I probably need a couple of coats on these checkers to make them nice and smooth. You're imagining a similar effect to my Necrons with the orange highlights for the power lens. Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm not. I don't think I'll be scoring anything that deep though, because those bits are surprisingly wide as well. Shit. I think we go to here for this one. think I might need to swap to a smaller brush. Because my control with this larger brush is not good. Because the bristles are slightly split at the tip of it. This brush is good for coverage, not the best for precision work. Yeah, one sec. Maybe one step down from this. Yeah, this should be a lot better. Yeah, I think this will end up looking quite nice. I just need to make sure it's neat. If I can keep it clean, it should look really good. Looking a lot more complete since you last tuned in. Yeah, we're getting there. I'm struggling right now to paint out these checkers. Um, but yeah, I think if we can pull it off, it'll be really good. Looks intense. Yeah, the main thing is just getting the edges nice and clean, and then we'll be able to come back through and um, solidify the center of the diamonds. But yeah, it's it's very nerve-wracking. Looks good so far. Thank you. Cheat more, push pigment to the edges to stay in the lines instead of trying to paint boxes. The thing is, I really don't want to try that because I'm scared that if I accidentally push pigment a little bit over, then it's fucked. Question: have I heard the Brittle Bones Nikki songs? I have not. Emblem on the front is all custom, right? It is, yeah. The wing is a little bit gross, but I like the little the tendril there. Listen to them now. I might check them out later. Whose idea was it to do tiny diamonds? Oh, right, that was me. Fuck. And the craziest part is, I was initially planning on doing even smaller diamonds than this. Freehand diamonds all hail Slanesh. This is definitely an act of excess right here. Without a doubt. For the Emperor, you heretic, this is a chaos stream. I'm sorry that you have no power here. You've been talking about these zones since before I bought the model. You probably have been, yeah. It was just like some brainwashing. He talked about them enough for me to think about them and then think it was my own idea. He's Australian, he likes AC/DC only and maybe the Bee Gees. Look, not gonna lie, I've never really been a huge music guy in general. Just having like grown up as like the youngest of 3 siblings, and it was like my older brother would always walk around the house just like playing music on a speaker. So like I would just like the only exposure to music I ever had was just like whatever random shit my brother was listening to. So I never really listened to my own music until I went to Japan, and so most of my music taste is just Japanese music. We can still do a serpenty fish scale pattern on the shin armor. Oh, please have mercy. That would be really cool, though. This is slowly shifting towards being an Alpha Legion knight. Shin like Shin Godzilla. No, shin like the part of the leg. You like Ningen Isu? I've never heard of Ningen Isu before, but that is a funny name. Man, this is taking so long. I was like, man, I'm going so well. Not even halfway through this panel. And then once we finish this, we're gonna have to come back through and rub out all of the pencil markings that are left on it. Been around like 40 years, have a bunch of albums and subtitle music videos on YouTube. I see. Guys like in their 70s and rock harder than anyone I've ever heard. I see, okay. They're just living their best lives. They're rubbing it out on live stream. Look, you can't see what I'm doing with my third arm. Let's just say I'm not doing it right now. I got 3 arms. Yeah, I mean, I use the third one to hang on to the camera normally, but I've got a tripod now, so I've got to, like, I don't know what to do with the third one, so I got to do something, you know. Leave the gooning to the chat. Ugh. Yeah, but translation, by the way, in Australia we refer to erasers as rubbers because it is something with which you rub things out. So I'm not sure if you use the term rub it out in that same sense in America / the UK. But yeah, so rubbing things out is using an eraser to erase something. Can also rub one out. Guys, can one of you help me, Goon? Look, I'm not gonna go out of my way to. I won't stop you though. Not helping him be a criminal. There's nothing criminal about having a good goon sesh. You're desperate. What the fuck? Sure, Josh, you can recommend Urotsuki Doji for a good time. Back at it again, Francois. Never miss a beat. Always find an opportunity to plug your favorite anime. Call them rubbers in the UK as well. Okay, so it's just America where they decided that it's no longer a rubber, it's an eraser because they want to call condoms rubbers instead. Got it. Goon means a thug, right? You sweet summer child. A goon is a thug, yes. Like someone's goon. Yes, that is what that means. Yes. But there is a difference between a goon, Chaos, and a gooner. These are two different things. A goon is different from someone who goons. Yes, it means thug. Never said it was your favorite. It might be, you'd have to think about it, but it's up there. Kidding, you lost your innocence a long time ago. Okay. We invented the language, therefore we are right. True. Yeah, Australian English is like weirdly infected by American English, so people will often say things the American way, accidentally, and then there's a very common phenomenon where someone says something, and then someone calls them out for saying it wrong, and then we we have to fact check it, and the one we refer to for the correct pronunciation is always the English the English way. But there are some things which I will stand by, which are just not worth it. So, for example, I do not say aubergine, I say eggplant, because fuck that. Also yogurt, not yogurt. Like we still have Australian pronunciations for things as well. But yeah. Usually we refer to English pronunciation. Just order $300 worth of minis paid for by the US Army. Life is good. Nice. Aluminum, it's Latin, you barbarian. Aluminium, it's English, you freak. do you speak Latin or do you speak English?
Neither. I speak American.
That's the correct answer there. Australians have the best banter by far. I am pretty low level on Australian banter. Yeah, like I know a lot of people who can just verbally throw down, and I'm very jealous. While on the topic, you hear the lion is a pretty good one to pick up. Oh, is that right? Yeah. Funny that. I feel like I've been told this before. Look, I want to get the lion. I want to paint the lion, but I've got too many minis. I have Magnus to paint. I've already got a Primarch that needs painting. I'm not just gonna get another one. This is looking good so far. I'm liking it. We're about halfway on this panel. English people. Pff, look, Francois, we also love to hate the English, but we also love to hate the Americans. We're isolated down here in the southern hemisphere. Like, everyone is the enemy. Even our friends in New Zealand. Actually, I would say especially our friends in New Zealand. Oh, chaos. I'm sorry. The American bald eagle is the funniest shit to me. Like, that thing is your symbol of freedom. Have you seen the wedge-tailed eagle? For reasons you can't understand, could have been a free people, but instead gave up our guns to the crown. We didn't give up our guns to the crown. That had nothing to do with the crown. That was our own government deciding that after we had a massive ramp up of mass shootings, that it was time to stop, and so we got rid of them, and then the mass shooting stopped. The crown has pretty much no sway over us. What all it really means is that we get the Olympics every 2 years instead of every 4, because there's Olympics every 4 years, and then in between each Olympics there's the Commonwealth Games. So it's actually working out pretty well. The crown, it does nothing really. So how's that working out for us? Yeah, no, I mean, it's pretty uneventful. It was almost a turkey, thank the Lord it's an eagle. The just because the American bald eagle is so tiny, like that thing eats mice and stuff. The Australian wedge-tailed eagle has like, its wingspan is like 2 or 3 meters, and it eats like wallabies and shit. Think you had to give up guns because of a shooting in Scotland, so fair play, I guess? Yeah. That's like... Yeah, I think that's like the main thing is we had a big ramping up of shootings that culminated in a shooting in Port Arthur in Tasmania, I think it is. And it was like, because we had a lot of shootings, and then people were getting sick of it, and they were like, it's going to take a mass shooting in Tasmania for to get rid of guns. And then that's what happened. It was a mass shooting in a small town in Tasmania, and it's like, okay, that's fucked. It's gone too far. And so then there was the big gun buyback. What, it has like a 14-foot wingspan? Yeah, that's like over 2 meters. Well, that's like 2 meters. Yeah, it's huge. It's a very big eagle. A 6 to 7 foot, is it? I'm pretty sure the I could have sworn it was a lot bigger than that. Wedge-tail eagle has a 2.8 meter wingspan. That stands 1 meter tall. Yeah, 2.8 meters, which is 2.8 meters, 2 feet. That's a 9.2 foot wingspan. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, but basically they are very big eagles. Bald eagle is 6 to 7 foot. I don't think that. Hang on. Oh, I guess so. 1.8 to 2.3. I mean, it's put to shame by the Australian wedgetail, though. Look, I like that. I like to lord that over 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 you guys because it's your symbol of freedom would be eaten for breakfast by our wedgetail eagle. In Canada, you have Canadian geese, and they're essentially cobras with wings. What the fuck does that mean? Are they venomous geese or some shit? They're mean as shit. We don't fuck with geese. Terrifying, dude. You call them cobra chickens? Are they actually venomous? Two girls, one cut, whatever that is. No, that's something else, Chaos. I don't know what you're trying to talk about, but that is definitely something else. No, but they'll take a chunk out of you and they're really territorial. So are Canadian geese just like geese plus? Like they're just an even more fucked up version of a goose? Because geese are like already fucked up. Nine out of 10 kids who grew up near where geese congregate have a traumatic experience with the goose. Like a goose if it was an apex predator. Geese are already apex predators though. This is you are scaring me. whatever you can imagine, they're worse than that. They're super fit animals and pretty big. Jesus. Yeah. Thankfully, I did not grow up near geese. I've never had an encounter with a goose. I've seen them at a distance. I've never been near one, and I don't plan on it. Like, I've been swooped by magpies and chased by plovers, and that's enough for me. I don't think I need an encounter with a large bird. You ever bored, look up Canadian geese, good stuff, and they're bullies and huge. Farm geese are sometimes a little bigger, but they're always obese and slow. Right, okay. So, the wild geese are just all muscle. They're all just lean muscle mass. They're scary too. They're not like white and orange. It's a menacing dark goose. Jeez. Migrate thousands of miles every year and are constantly active. No one eats them because they're tough as nails. They're just annoying then. There's like no plus side to them. They're just assholes. This is getting boring. Chaos, mate. I have been... this is... There's unfortunately not a whole lot more I can do to make this diamond painting session more interesting. It's always funny when people think they're harmless ducks and chase them while hissing at them. Who in their right mind would run at a goose? Hey, that is the diamonds marked out on that panel. Man, that was a slog. We'll need to clean up some of them. Some of them don't look great, like up here. This one can be enhanced a bit. That one's a bit wonky. And then we can solidify them, and then do it all again. Fuck. Don't bother anyone bigger than them. That's why it's only kids in airplanes that have problems with that. One of those is not like the other. Now this is hard to control, but I've got to use a little bit of the contrast here to clean up the edges of some of these. Let's do the scale pattern in red and something else for the two sloped strap panels. Man, this is gonna be a nightmare. Gonna go to sleep. Good night. I'll catch you later, brother Titans. Okay. We'll just do a couple more touch-up extra layers on some of these checkers, on some of these diamonds. Like here. It's gonna be a showcase of talent and skills. There's gonna be neither of those at work here, Francois. Gonna be a showcase of pain and suffering. Ooh, I missed a couple here, just realized. Okay, there we are. Now you know what time it is. It's time to go do it again. Yahoo! Gonna try to clean up the parts of all the old checkers here. So that I can make it easier for myself when I try to actually sketch out the lines. Two thin coats. Look, I I might go back and do more. But like it looks pretty good like this. Once I get this one down, I might come back through and do some more just to build it out again. Like, it's not too visible back there, so I probably will do another coat on these. Right, okay, fine. You've bullied me into it. I'm gonna do it. I need to let this dry a bit anyway. Should either do a second coat or highlight each square and cheat with weathering. Now, I'm doing a second coat. And I guess this is a good opportunity to clean up the edges, make them sharper. Can still highlight each square, it's super easy. Yeah, we'll see how we go. Yeah, I do like the effect that we're getting with the diamonds here. It is definitely bringing it more in line with the color scheme that we have for the mask. Because the solid dark blue is not really what I want. It is just too dark. So I am liking how we're getting the color broken up with this. Hey, I reckon once we get the diamond pattern on this sorted out, might highlight the squares and then call it for the day. To add a highlight to a square using a lighter color like light gray on the light blue, paint 1 to 2 straight lines, not on the edge of the diamond but just inside, like 2 millimeters. Righto. Usually here because you're still up, but this time you're arriving from the other side and your cold is woken you up early. Good morning. How you going, James? I guess, not going too well if your cold woke you up, but yeah, good morning. Never touch the edge of the diamond with my lines, make them small and crisp. To cheat, test fit the model. Take a picture of reference from the front. You know my ability to make small and crisp lines is incredibly lacking, Francois. You know this when as you're saying this, right? Front and top to this panel as well as a side that curves. Right, so with regards to highlighting these diamonds, are we suggesting it would be like these edges, like, well, not the edge, but like if I just get some water. Like a chevron on it? Or like... a highlight should be one line on some diamonds and 2 lines on the diamonds on the top. Would I be placing the diamonds on the lower or upper edges? I don't really see where the light is hitting it. Because I would imagine it'd be the lower edges, right? Counterclockwise, I have 4 sides to a diamond, a 1 to 3, 4 to 6, 7 to 9, and 10 to 12. Yep. Yep, 1 to 3, 4 to 6, 7 to 9, 10 to 12. Yep, I'm with you. I'm following. I'm just not sure what like... for the lower ones, would I be doing, like... I don't know. These are highlighting each diamond. Oh no, I'm with you there. I'm just not sure which sides of the diamonds are meant to be putting the highlights on. Like, when it comes to the highlights, I'll probably use Fenrisian Grey just because it's a grey that's in that more blue sort of range. I'm gonna use my very fine brush for this. The highlight is 1 to 3 on the front panels and 10 to 3 on the top of the panel. Or sorry, 1 to 3 on the front panel and 1 to 6 on the top panel. Or top of the panel. So it'd just be these ones on the front. And then up the top it'll be okay. And for these, would I just highlight along the recess down the edge there like that? I imagine so, right? Or would I just not highlight those right-hand ones? Let's just see, first of all, how fine can I get this? Yeah. Let's give this a whirl. Inside edge, half diamonds get no edge highlights. Okay. I need to be a bit thinner than what I've done there. Ah, shit. I have to clean that one up. Not on the edge, 2 milliliters inside the edge. Oh, that's, well, because it is in. It's not on the edge there. Because 2 mil is like almost near the middle, so I've got it like 1 mil in. I'll try and go a bit further in on one of these. But like... That's dried on the brush. This 2 mil in is like around... like there. But even that's not 2 mil. Make it look like each one has a slight curve, like a bevel on a ceramic edge tile. Yeah, I get the thing we're going for. I don't think I'm doing a particularly good job of it. Uh... And so then for this bit... Look at it straight on as if it was sitting on the model. 1 and 3, 4 and 6. Yeah, I'm not 100% if I'm a huge fan of how this is turning out. I'll put it on though, and if I don't like it in the end, I can always just go back through and reapply the light blue on another coat on top, clean it up, and then try something else or try again. Yeah, almost there anyway. I think it's definitely helping to make the diamonds look like more than just print. But I'm still not 100% if I am super sold on it. I think it looks better up here than it does on the front. It could just be because that's where I was getting the hang of it. Yeah, I'm gonna try redo the bits on the front. Found my reference material. Image search this. I'm ready. Ceramic checkered parking flooring size 1 by 1 feet. Righto, I will have a look in just a second. I think I already know what it's gonna look like. But, one sec, I'll just clean up these ones so that I can give them another try. I'll just let that dry. Right, yeah, yeah, I see what we're talking about. Is specifically the red and white image there. Yeah, the red and white one. Yeah, I'm not sure how I'm gonna get that one to be, or how I'm gonna get this to be quite like that, but we'll see what we can do. Difference though is that my surface is curved. I think that line might actually be better than what I had before. I think introduce a very slight corner to this one coming down. Patch needs fixing. The light highlighting shouldn't be in the recesses. Yeah, I can see where it is. Yeah, around there. Yeah, I'll get around to that sort of thing once I get to the top of it. But yeah, because that's just from where the spray wasn't quite hitting. But yeah, that's this is what we've got here. Yeah, I reckon I'll probably... Oh, not the hatch on the top, but the one I was just painting. Oh, you're talking about these little bits in here. Right, yeah. Well, just see if we can just... Some dollops of our dark blue in there. Just let that do its thing. Alright. But yeah, I reckon that we're probably good for the day. Been going for a bit over 4 hours now. I'm pretty happy with what we've accomplished. It doesn't look like much. It really isn't much. But we did something. We're making progress on the night. It is gonna take so long. Oh man. Going full on Harlequins here. Look, this is going to take me forever. Oh, why do I do this to myself? Oh man. Because looks cool and unique. Yeah, I hope it'll look cool in the end. Because I need to do this every now and then just to make myself feel like we're making progress. Okay. That's how we're looking so far. Coming along nicely, I think. Yeah, it'll take a while, but hopefully we can get it to a point where this top panel isn't so just disgustingly strong blue. So I reckon some red details along here will be nice. And yeah. This is gonna take such a long time. Because we're still, this is just the top half. Then there's gonna be everything on the bottom still needs to be done. Oh man, this is gonna be so painful. Anyway. You say bounce back and forth between the armor shell and painting the weapons to avoid burnout? Maybe. I reckon what we'll do is instead we'll bounce back and forth between the knight and painting other minis. Because we're not just gonna only paint the night for like the next 3 weeks, because otherwise, red and blue is bad color theory. Oh, you know, I understand red and blue because they like I understand that they're not great on the color chart, but I think that red as an accent color to blue is quite nice, like what we have here on the mask. So in small amounts, I think it works well, but in large 50-50s for the most part, I understand that it doesn't contrast well color theory wise. But yeah, that's why I'm not going to go for like a 50-50 of red blue. It's going to be like a minority split, because flashes of red I think looks quite nice with the blue, just not for large amounts of it. Like how it's mostly blue, but the singular red pauldron looks fine. And how this here on the mask, it's mostly blue, but the singular red cross looks good. I think for the back being mostly blue, but then having just red streaks down it can look good. But yeah, anyway. I reckon we're going to say that's all for today. Those slopes are pretty big panels. I'm not going to go entirely red on them. I'll have like red symbols across them or something like that. But yeah, I'm gonna say this is enough for today. I'm tired. I'm tired, boss. So I'm gonna head off. I will yeah, I'm gonna call it here. Thanks for dropping by, guys. I understand it's been a little while since our last stream. So yeah, glad to get back into it. I'm happy that we're finally making progress on the night again. I'll catch you guys all later. Bye-bye.